Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Sunday Morning Sprints. We are in a temporary location because I have to set up a spot in the library. You'll see why when we get there. But I've been working on organizing the library, and while I have weeded out about 180 books, I think I'm gonna have to weed out more. So, I mean, you'll see when we go in, but it's it's a lot. I got through the letter R, and I think I have the equivalent of 3 shelves left. So, there's no way that I'm going to be getting that done. um yeah, so I'm gonna have to weed out some books, but we'll see how far I get before I get to the end of the shelves. I do have 2 bottom shelves that need to be emptied, mainly because I thought I was gonna be able to keep my writer books on those shelves. No, I will have to organize them probably in my bedroom on a white bookcase that's in there because they're not going to fit with everything else on the shelves. And so we'll see. We'll see how it goes today. But in theory, I should be done setting up the books part of the library, like organizing everything. I'm probably going to have to weed out some more and shift things. And I realized that I also did not make room for anything that is being currently read. So I have to do that as well. I have to like weed out enough that I can put whatever's on my current TBR and go from there. So, let's see who all is here, and I will start the first sprint, and then you guys will be able to see us move into the library because, yeah, I need to set up a spot where you guys are going to be able to sit while I work because my chair is blocked by some of the 180 books that I weeded out. So I have some work to do, and I've been working on it for most of the weekend. So let's see who all is here, and we'll go into our first sprint. Morgan is here. Good morning. Good morning, Morgan. I haven't seen you on chat in a while. Hopefully you're doing well. Livia is here. Hi, Alicia. Hi, Livia. How are you? What are we reading or working on today? Chris is here. Hi, Chris. Morning, Alicia in chat. I'm working on Kings of the Wild today, and I'm currently on page 74. Ooh. Now, is this one you think you'll finish today, or is it a big book? Let us know, because I think you're one of the ones that kind of like reads quickly. Ren's here. Hello, everyone. Hi, Ren. Livia says hi to Chris and hi to Ren. Ren says, listening to Everything Was Beautiful and Nothing Hurt by Ben Reeves. Ooh, my friend. A friend is texting or sending a message. I'll silence that and take a look at a second. I read that one, right? Listening to Everything It Was Beautiful and Nothing Hurt by Ben Reeves. Yes. Hopefully you're enjoying this one. Ren is here. Hey, Livia. Or Ren is saying hey to Livia. I'm still kind of awake. I lost my coffee somewhere, so I have to find it. I probably put it in the microwave, and I just need to switch to my coffee mug. Livia says, I'm listening to Happy Place by Emily Henry, but first I want to read a chapter of The Artist's Way to be prepared for next week. Ooh, I want to do that at some point. Maybe when everything settles down, I can go find a copy of that at my library and read it. There's a lot of things I want to read, obviously. Chris says it's 492 pages, so it really depends on how much time I can dedicate to it today. Fair. That's not a bad page count either, so. Molly is here saying hi to Morgan, Livia, Ren, and Chris. Morgan says, I'm currently reading Scars by Dana Islay. I'm 36% of the way through the ebook. Nice. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Livia says, hi, Molly. All the hellos. We love it. We love to see it. Molly says, Alicia, I bought stickers and it's your fault. Absolutely not, because I don't even know what the stickers are. If I know what the stickers are, maybe. But if I don't know what they are, nope, not my fault. Chris says I'm listening to it at 4 times speed, so it will go fast. Ma'am, I'm lucky I could do like 2.5 at most. You can understand that at 4 times speed? Do they not sound like chipmunks? They would probably sound like chipmunks to me. Oh, my goodness. Morgan says, we're not going to talk about my stationery collection. Dude, same. Because I have it kind of all over, and I need to gather it all into one place. That's after the library is done. And Molly says, they came with tweezers. Dude, I love a good sticker tweezer because they help get the smaller stickers. I wish I would have known where mine were yesterday because I was doing a Lego and the stickers were so dang small and I couldn't figure them out. Like it took me a little bit to peel them up and then place them on the Lego and they had to be straight. So I wish I knew where my tweezers were, which I'll find them after I finish the library. I kind of have a hunch of where they're at, but I don't know for sure. Chris says, yes, I can. I am reading along as well, which helps. Oh, gotcha. On Thorium, I can listen that fast. Nope. Nope. I couldn't do it. Oh, I need to go find my coffee. Yawning is not good. Morgan says, Luke is so sick of all of my stationery being everywhere. Dude, yeah, you gotta contain it. I have one of those like cheap plastic clear drawer things, and I think I need a bigger one because I bought this small one, and I think I need the one that's longer. So we'll see. If I can find one, then I will order one. If not, I'll see about possibly making something. But the thing is I want to be able to see it, like what's in the drawer. So we'll see what happens. And Morgan says you can use the back flat part of the brick separator for Lego stickers. You can? Hold on. Where's my... I had one somewhere. Nope, that's next. I'm going to have to look at it next time I... Here's one. What? They even have like a little lip and everything. I did not know that. Do you know these come in 3 different colors now? I always thought that they were always orange. There's also a teal one, and apparently there's a green one. I did not know that. I wish I would have known that. I could have used this yesterday. It's fine. It's fine. I'll know it for next time. Morgan says our house is currently a mess because remodeling and decluttering. Dude, same. I mean, I had to redo the library, so now I'm starting to get everything back in there, and organized, and I finally got through most of it, but I'm going to have to weed out more because they don't fit on the shelves, which means I don't need to buy any books for a while. So unless I can like read some and like get rid of some if I'm not going to plan on keeping them, then I don't have the space. Don't have the space. Nadim is here. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, Nadim. Let us know what you're reading or working on. Chris says, I have orange and teal. Right? I've seen both of those. And I heard that there's a green one, but I've never seen the green one. So what Lego set do you have to get in order to get a green one? Because I've only ever mostly seen orange, and then every now and then I'll get a teal one. Molly says, I just read that 4 buildings in some nearby apartments are being evacuated because the flooding has eroded the ground underneath of them, causing structural failures. Ooh. Hopefully you don't have to worry about that. And hopefully those people were able to get all of their important belongings out. That's crazy. I saw there's a lot of flooding going on in some states. So I'm a little worried because of like airplanes and things, and my husband is flying out. He flew out from Tampa to Dallas. He changed planes, so now he just boarded that one from Dallas, and he's going to South Dakota for a work-related thing. And with everything going on weather-wise and airplane-wise, I'm a little nervous. I'm a little like anxious because I always tell him when he goes and he has to fly somewhere, make sure you tell me when you board, tell me when you land, tell me if you change planes, tell me all of the things. So I'm hoping that the area that he's going to does not have any flooding, but it's still the whole flying thing too. Hopefully everything. How are they going to fix those if the ground underneath is eroding? I don't know how they're going to fix that. That's going to be an interesting fix. Livia says, I found out today other stickers and washi tapes that now I have to find a place for. Oh, you found other stickers and washi tape. Ooh, yeah. I usually have to find a place. I have to find a place for all mine. Chris says, I built a peacock on my sprints yesterday. Out of Lego? I built, what did I build yesterday? I'll find them. I think they're on the dining room table. I will get them and show them in the next chatty bit. But I think it was I did a car and a Halloween one. I don't know why, but my husband picked it, so I told him he could pick it. Those are the 2 that he picked. Nadim says, I'm currently reading Ugly Love by Colleen Hoover. That one messed me up. Ugly Love and Verity are the only 2 Colleen Hoovers I kept. All of my other ones I got rid of. Those 2 messed me up the most. And I was just like, nope, these are staying with me. Hopefully you're enjoying it, though. It is a deep subject. Livia says, I have orange and teal too. They are very helpful for the stickers. I did not know that. Now I know. Molly says, your books don't fit on your shelves anymore. So my back wall of bookcases, I have deemed that the wall of fiction because all of my fiction books are on that wall. However, I was anticipating that I would be able to start and leave the top shelf for all of my like Lego and trinkets and plushies and stuff like that. You guys will see it later, but all of the books have filled every shelf. So an 8.5 foot tall bookcase is completely filled with books all the way across. And I only have like 3.5 shelves left of said wall of fiction. And I only got through the R's. I still have a lot of S's. Um, I know I have a lot of W's and V's. So unless I have like no T's, no U's, and no like XYZ, I might be okay. But there's still a lot of books on the floor that I don't think are gonna go. And I still have to remove my writer's books. The writer's books are gonna have to go in the bedroom. So, which is fine. But I have to put them somewhere so that I can get to those last shelves. But I don't think everything is going to fit. Not because the bookcases themselves were built to be taller and wider than the older ones. That's not the issue. The issue is that I have so many books that now that I'm trying to lay them all out so that I can see them on the shelves, we might have to get creative. Like I might actually have to go through and see if I could do the vertical, horizontal, and see if that fits, or I'm gonna have to weed out more books. But I don't need to buy any more books for a while until I get some of these read. And if I plan on not keeping them, then they need to come off the shelves to make room. That's where I'm at. That's my thought process. Molly says hi to Nadim. Nadim says hi to Molly. Molly says you can track his flights online. Yes, I have been doing that actually. I have it set up on my phone. He did have like he tried to send me like through his Apple phone, which is his work phone, like the flight tracker thing. I don't think it worked because when I click on it, it just shows me like a picture. So, and it doesn't show like the actual tracking. So, he gave me the itinerary so that I could track it. Molly says they won't anytime soon. Jean is here. Hello, Alicia. Going to write a review. Nice, nice. Molly says probably will move people into empty apartments in safe buildings and other properties. Hopefully they'll be able to get most of their things out so they don't lose anything, because that's going to be tough. Molly says pretty peacock. Chris says yes, it looks really cool. Olivia says hi to Jean, and Molly says hi to Jean. All right. I think that's the last of the comments. Let's go ahead and pull up our timer. There we go. 45 minutes I have set up for us. Let me do our banner. I haven't done our banner in forever. There we go. So that when people come in, they can tell us what they're reading or working on. Kids are playing on their tablets this morning, so that's why I'm going to also move to the library. Molly says, reading something. Well, I mean, let us know what you're going to be reading when you figure it out. Tula is here. Hey, Alicia. I hope all is well. Popping in to tickle the like and steal your link. No worries. Feel free to post your link as well. If not, I will in momentarily. We are getting ready to go into our first sprint, so you have good timing. And we're going to shift to the library so that you guys can see the chaos that I have going on. Tula says hey to chat. Molly and Olivia both say Tula and hello. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and start that comment. We'll go ahead and start our first sprint. I'll move us to the library once I find a spot where I can safely set you up. And I'm going to work on continuing to organize the library and see what happens. Here we go. 45 minutes, and I'll see you back then. Hello! How was that first sprint? How did everybody do? I am not, I started working on the S's. I was getting ready, and I don't know if you guys will be able to see it, but on the bottom shelf there's the SOs, and those are the SPs. So I'm almost done the S's, but I also have like a shelf and like a chunk. So I don't know what I'm going to do. So I'm going to have to figure it out. But this is the library as it stands right now. The books go all the way up. I'm trying to figure it out. You guys are kind of like in the corner. My recliner is here. So Ralphie is next to you guys. Hey. No, no claws. No claws. Ooh, he's being feisty this morning. All right, so that's pretty much what I did. I do need to husband's thing was delayed again. He's flying out from Dallas to South Dakota. So we're I'm keeping track. And he keeps saying, he's like, first it was 30 minutes delayed, now it's an hour delayed. Let's see. Where did we get to? Where did we leave off? I know we had a couple of people come in. I believe this was our last comment before we went to the first sprint. Livia was saying hi to Tula. And Tula said, thanks, Alicia. I think I popped a blood vessel in my thumb. It hurts. It's kind of burns. And it hurts to pick up any books. I'll have to put something on it. Tula says hi to Livia. And Tula says hey to Molly. Kelly is here. Happy time zone, my friend. I'm catching up on Crooked Kingdom pages, then off to finish filming my Here Kids spreads. Ooh, very nice. I am all caught up on... Am I? I'm pretty sure I'm all caught up on Crooked Kingdom. Now I have to go check. My book is on my desk. I'll check and make sure. If not, then I'll be doing that later. But I'm pretty sure I'm caught up. Andy's popping in saying hello. Hi, Livia. Matt here. Do we know this channel too? Alicia is new for me. I see Molly and Kelly here too. I feel like you may have had a different channel, and I've seen a channel of yours before, but this one is a new channel for you, or a new username. So I believe you have been here before, but maybe on a different username. But hello, welcome in. Carmen is here. Hi, Alicia. Hi, chat. I'm reading Trial by Fire by J.A. Jans this morning. Just getting started. Ooh, let us know how you like it as you read through it. She says, hi, chat. Oops. I knew what you meant. I didn't think that you would hit the chat. But you were saying hi to chat. Morgan got to 59% of her book. Nicely done. Andy said, did a bit of work. We'll continue with it since my brain is in that mode. Hey, man, if you could get it done, get it done. You finish your work, then you have time for play. Annette is here. Hello, Alicia. Hello, chatters. Hello, Annette. How are you? Andy says, the shelf looks really nice, Alicia. Thank you. I do love this green color. They are still a little, I don't want to say sticky, but you can hear it when I try to remove the books. Like, it's a little bit of a stick factor. But they have been in here and they have acclimated. It's just me putting all of the books on there now. So don't mind, where am I pointing? Don't mind this mess here. I still need to clean that. And in the blue bin is my fairy lights. So, and the vines. So I need to get those once the bookcases are situated on how they're going to be. Then I can figure out how to add those and we'll pretty much be done. But I still need to figure out what to do with all of my plushies and my knickknacks because they can't sit in a box forever. I know that my husband is going to put a shelf up on the wall above the bathroom door for all of my Fast and Furious cars. Other than that, I don't know where anything's going to go. It looks like I'm going to have to either sprinkle stuff on the shelves like I did before, or I'm going to have to go all the way up to the top and put them up there. So we'll see. Kelly says, I got to page 400 in Crooked Kingdom, 20 pages to go. Nice. That's right, because we were supposed to go up to, 407? I think is around about where we're supposed to go. Or maybe it was 415. Oh my gosh, now you're going to make me go look. I have to go look. I'm going to do that in the next sprint. Chris got to page 148 in Kings of the Wild. Nice. You're breezing right through that. Molly says, I didn't read. I went on a flooding video watching spree. Not looking great. Oh, no. You're going to have to make some horizontal shelves. Look for series you can stack starting on the left. Then you can move books over. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to do that. But some of the authors, I can tell you right now, like Armentrout, Claire, who else? Harrison, and there's a couple of others going that way. All of them, they take up the majority of a shelf. So I'm going to see if I can do them horizontal. I don't know. Because it's 12 inches. It's a foot in between. So we'll see what happens. I do still have some books that I may weed out, so that will also give me space. But for the most part, yeah, I think you're right. I'm going to have to go horizontal, which I don't really want to do if I can help it. Because like I said, when the books were sitting, before I started organizing them, they did kind of stick to the shelf. So we're going to have to see. We'll see. We'll see how far I get, and then we'll adjust accordingly. Maybe if I just do the big series, like Claire, Harrison, Armentrout, maybe if I just do those, then that will alleviate some space. And I know there's some duplicates where you're like, you could probably get rid of a book or two. I'm not there yet, okay? I'm not there yet. Molly says, hi, everyone who came in during the sprint. Morgan says, I also moisturized, took my medicine, and made my bed. Nice. I need to make my bed. But I have books on it currently. Carmen says, you're making great progress, Alicia. Thank you. I'll be happy when it's all done. What are you doing, my Isis? She's crawling all over the book boxes that are here. I have boxes of books that are on Pango, and so I try to keep them separated. But with the weeding out, there's a lot. There's a lot going on. That's Ralphie. He found Isis. Kelly says hello to Molly, Carmen, Andy, Annette, and Chris. I also have found I had a cup of soda in here yesterday, and I don't know where these little buggers came from, but I have like either they're sugar ants or ghost ants. I can't remember which one they are, but they're itty bitty. They kind of look like they're almost clear with like a black dot. And I don't remember if those are ghost ants or if they are sugar ants, but they were all over my soda cup yesterday. And now I'm wondering where my coffee cup is because it has creamer in it. So I think it might be on this bookcase. So I got to keep an eye on my drinks. and I'm probably going to have to spray the window or call the pest control people, which is annoying. But they're all over my little 3-drawer chest that I usually have next to my chair. They're all over it. All over it. Annette says I'm reading The Calamities by Chuck Wendig today. I don't think I've ever heard of that one. I've heard of the author, but not the book. Molly says, what happened to your thumb? I think I popped a blood vessel right here. Because I don't know if you guys can see it, but it's kind of discolored, like right here. And it hurts. I can't, like, I picked up a book the wrong way, I guess. And now my thumb is just, it doesn't hurt right now, but it was hurting. And it kind of had like a burning sensation. And if I touch something the wrong way or grab a book the wrong way, it hurts, like right in there. So we'll put some ice on it. I keep getting smaller and smaller. It's because I'm sitting on the floor. That's fine. I'll get my beanbag chair for the next one. Chris says hi to Kelly. Andy says hi to Kelly. Olivia says hi, Kelly. Hi, Andy. Hi, Annette. If you hear any background noise, it's either the cats or my kids because they did not close the door. So I have to close the door. Andy says hi to Olivia. Carmen says hi to Kelly. Andy says, they say geniuses pick green. I would have picked blue. Really? Interesting. I was going for a earthy tone vibe. So, I don't know. Let me see. If you can see my flooring, it's kind of like a brown tile. So I figured that would be like the dirt, the roots of the tree, and then the green would be the tree going up. And then the blue in the rug could be like a water source. So all earthy tones. And then you guys know I've been doing fairy doors. You can kind of see that one right there. And that's just so I have access to the outlets. And then I'll have fairy lights and whatnot. So, and I do have, can I get to one easily? No, I can't. I do have diamond painting of fairies, and each fairy has been paired with their door. So I just have to buy frames, and then I will frame them, and they'll sit behind the doors. So you can see them. I would like to think I'm a genius, though. If I picked green, and green means genius, I love it. I love it. I need to look that up and see. Olivia says, I chatted with my son and I read the chapter of The Artist's Way. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Hi, Alicia. I'm used to Nicole and Coda's channel and saw some of our fellows here. I think I too might have been here. But nice to be here and great seeing all of your pile of books. Jealous of your books. My collection has quite grown. I don't need to buy any more books, but I'll pan up, and where you see the top of the bookcases, it's filled with books all the way down. These bookcases are 8.5 feet tall, made out of pure solid wood. And we did that purely because we had a water connection in the bathroom that's attached to this room. It broke and therefore flooded the carpet that was originally in here. And with that, took all of my bookcases because they were particle board. So we decided to rebuild with wood ones. So, and I said, I want green. I like green. So that's where we're doing. So now this is the tail end. This is me putting the library back together and organizing my books a little better. And I think Kelly's right. I think I'm going to have to go back through. So I'll have to move you guys so I can get to this bookcase that's behind you so that I can shift a few things and see if I can't get series stacked up horizontally and then go from there. Because if I can do that and create more space and I can get the rest of the alphabet on the shelves, then we're good. I do have some duplicates that I do need to weed out because I don't need 2 or 3 of them. I don't know why I have them. I could have bought them by accident. They could have been given to me and I just haven't dealt with them. But yeah. I read a lot. A lot. Ren says she made it to 70%. Nice. Donna is here. Hi, Donna. Let us know what you're reading or working on. Good to see you. Kelly says page 420 is what I have marked, beginning of chapter 31. I think, like I said, I think I'm done. I will double check. Because now you're making me second guess, Kelly. You're making me second guess. I did finish Cruel King, and I tried to do Crooked Kingdom before that one. So maybe I'll check it out. Molly says, Kelly, I just now sent you another Discord DM. Livia says hi to Donna. Matt says, hi, Liv. How is life going on nowadays? I was too busy on my books. Now I am finding after finishing my books. Good to see you here. You were working on your books? Is that what you're saying? Kelly says, put down a piece of wax paper underneath any horizontal stacks. That's a good idea. I will grab my wax paper. Paula is here. Hi, Alicia. I've been lurking, but thought I'd actually say hello. Well, hello. Welcome in. Lurk away if you need to. Let us know what you're up to today. Kelly says hi to Livia. Paula says the library is looking so good. Sorry for that shakiness. That was Ralphie jumping and using the tray table. He's back on the chair. Isis is at my feet. We have all of the things, all of the cats. I'm almost done. To go back to Paula's comment, I'm almost done organizing. However, I've run out of room. You see, hold on. I need to maneuver. That shelf is the one I'm on, and I only have this shelf left, and I'm only on the S's. So, like I said, I'm going to have to go back through, rearrange a few things, and I'm probably going to have to stop buying books for a while. I am going to go through and tab which ones I have not read, and go from there. We're going to have like a TBR 0 challenge at some point. Livia says hi to Paula. Ren is saying, do we need books? No, but they make us happy, and happiness is the key to life. I agree. Ow. My thumb. I touched my foot a certain way, and my thumb hurts now. I'm going to get an ice pack. I love to read, and most of these books have been read, but there are still quite a lot that I have not. So my goal is to get through them. Matt says, mini library, you can lend them to others like a librarian? Absolutely not. These are mine. I have had people borrow my books in the past, and they come back worse than when I gave them. So we don't lend out books. This is my private collection, and it's one thing if I unhaul it and donate it, then it's out of sight, out of mind, don't care what happens to it. But these are like, as most people in the booktube community would say, these are trophies. I read these, I reread these. What I do to them is one thing. I would not lend them out because I don't know how they would come back. So unless someone has the same standards as I do when it comes to my books, they do not. They do not leave this room unless I have it. But I've been curating these books for probably 10 years now, if not more. Probably more like 20, because I started my collection when I got married. And it started out small because I had the Twilight books and I had the Harry Potter books, and that's kind of where it started. And then over the years, I've just been adding to them. Livia says, so true, Ren. Paula says 100% Ren. Paula says hi to Matt. Molly says you can move us, but you better not be pushy about it. No, I'm saying like the table that you guys are sitting on. I will have to move the table in order to get to the bookcases. So you guys will probably go over there and face this way so that you can see me working on the bookcases. Sorry, we have text messages from the husband because he's still trying to fly out from Dallas. Apparently his first plane was broken, so they're getting off. Now they're looking for another. Currently delayed 30 minutes. Now it's an hour. They're still hunting for a replacement aircraft. They've changed gates opposite side of the airport. Oh, Lord. He's having a fun time. He doesn't really like to travel, but they're making him travel for training purposes. So that's what he's doing, unfortunately, on a Sunday. I would have hoped that he left tomorrow, but they said, nope, you got to be here on Sunday so that you could do the training for 2 days and then come back Wednesday. And I'm like, great. Lovely. That's half the school week. I don't like it. Matt says, hi, Paula. Good to be back and see you all again. It was a hard few months for me finishing my book. And good day. Kat is here. Hey, Alicia and chat friends. Got home a few minutes ago from Costco. I will start working on my to-do list after eating lunch, a chicken Caesar salad. Ooh, that sounds delicious. I will probably get some lunch soon. I have leftover pizza. Livia, the 4th week of the Artist's Way has been the hardest, but in general, I'm liking to do this course. Ooh. Ren says, Alicia is finishing books again. Whoop, whoop. I know, right? I was so excited to get that one book done. And I read it I started it on the 12th. No, I started it on the 12th and I finished it on the 14th. And I did have like the physical and the audio. So I really enjoyed it. It was kind of dark, cat and mouse type. And I don't know if it was high school-ish. It didn't seem like it was high school-ish, but it didn't seem really college either. But it was a very, like, posh type setting, if you will. Very Romeo and Juliet, sort of, too. Paula says, congrats on finishing, though it may have been rough. You did it. Yes. I'm hoping to finish more. I would like to finish the rest of my TBR, but here we are, halfway through August already. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Livy says hi to Kat. So does Paula. Say hey to Kat. Kelly is waving to Paula. Livy says, you did a great job, Alicia. Ren says, what systems do you use to organize authors, genres, read, or unread? So before this library fiasco happened, I would have the one bookcase close to the bathroom. That would be all of my read books. And then this was mostly unread. But now that we have all new shelves and everything, the one that's closest to the bathroom has my Wiccan books, my Wrapped books, my finance, and my nonfiction books. And then so this whole wall is fiction, read and unread. So I have to go through and figure out what is unread, which I do have a list, and I will tab it in some way, shape, or form. And then that's where the TBR 0 challenge comes in. Because then I'm just going to go through and start randomly picking books to read and get them off the unread list. So, but they're organized on this shelf by author's last name, alphabetically. So that's how I had it before. So I decided to keep it that way. They found the new gate for the plane. Yay. Kat says, as far as my reading goes, I started Trial by Fire by J.A. Jance this morning. That's number 2. That's the second person that's reading that. Somebody else is reading Trial by Fire. I'm also in the middle of a collection of stories, My Southern Journey by Rick Bragg and The Library of Unruly Treasures. Ooh, The Library of Unruly Treasures sounds fun. Paula says I started Mansfield Park today and had to re-knit my cuff. Oh no! I knit it all last night but forgot to size down my needles. Why was I lurking? I don't know. I don't know why you lurk. Were you not awake yet? Kat says middle grade novel. Is that the Library of Unruly Treasures? Nice. My son, I gave him one of my books that I had. I think it's middle grade, but he is reading Zombie Tag. And he says it's fun. Paula says hey to Kelly. Carmen says hi to Kat. Morgan says you should hear my cat Boone right now. He's very loudly singing the song of his people. Is he hungry? Ren says, how are you liking Mansfield Park, Paula? I think for most people it's their least favorite Jane Austen book, but I hope it's going well for you. I have not read Mansfield Park. I don't even think I own that one. I have a couple of Jane Austens, but I haven't read that one. Kat says, hey, lovely ladies, Livia, Paula, and Carmen. Paula saying hi to Carmen and Morgan. My phone is going off for some reason. Oh, that was Discord. Andy says hi to Kat. Carmen says hi to Paula. Kat says, Andy. Swank is here. Konnichiwa, everybody. Tell a joke day. Happy roller coaster day. And happy bratwurst day. And happy rum day. Ugh, where's the pirates when you need them? We could have rum. I don't have any rum. I have whiskey. Will that count? Probably not. It's fire whiskey. I thought about making my whiskey cookies and then just using the fire whiskey instead of regular whiskey to see how it tastes. Ren says, also, Alicia, will you be doing a bookshelf tour once the organization is done? I love those videos. I could. That would probably have to be broken up into parts because that would be a long ass video. If I did it by bookcase, that would be 4 videos. If I did it 2 bookcases and then the other 2, that would be 2 videos. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see what it looks like when I'm all done. Paula says, I don't understand how people can return books in a mess. I once lent a book from a friend and my dog tore up the cover. I bought him a new copy. Right? That's what I would do. I'd be like, dude, I'm not going to give this back to you because my dog ate it. And but I've had people return books and they've folded it back, you know? They've cracked the spine in several places. And I've had it where they've dog-eared the pages or the covers ripped. And nope, we don't do it. We don't do it anymore. So, and I've actually had to go or I've had one friend where she borrowed a book permanently. She never returned the book. So then I had to go rebuy a copy. I would have to find the book even if I still have it today. I don't even know if I still have the book. Paula says, hey to Andy and Swank. Ren says, I hope Alan gets a safe flight back. Well, he won't be back until Wednesday. Right now he's trying to fly out to South Dakota. I don't think I've ever been to South Dakota unless my family drove through it as we were driving from Alaska to Florida. Swank says, Ola Paula. Livia says, the last book I borrowed was 25 years ago and don't come back. And this was the reason why it was the last book I borrowed to others. Yep. I don't like when things don't come back or they come back in the way that they, like, worse way than they came or went out. Paula says, hope the hubby gets home safe. Me too, but this is his day, like, going out too. So he just left this morning. So he won't be back until Wednesday. I'm hoping he gets there. Like I said, I've told him, tell me when you board, tell me when you land, tell me where you're at, basically. If flights change, let me know. Ren says, good thing they caught that something was wrong with the plane before takeoff. Yes. I think he said they were boarding. Like, he was boarded. So I think as either they were taxiing to start to go off, something broke, or as they were going through their systems checks, something was broken and they had to deplane. Livia says hi to Swank. Swank says, I don't loan my books or DVDs. I've had DVDs go missing too. I don't loan those out either. Ren says, I borrow books to the girls in my dorm purely because I know I can go and get them back myself. True. At least you know where they're at. Swank says, ciao, Livia. Paula says, the book should be returned in the same state you received it in my opinion. I agree 100%. If I give you a brand new book or it looks like it's brand new, it should return brand new. I don't need dog-eared pages. I don't need torn pages. I don't need, like, the spine broken in 6 different ways. Ren says, the last time I borrowed someone a book, they took it home, was 4 years ago. Still waiting. Doubt it'll ever come back. And it was a book in a series, so I'm just going to have to replace it. See, I'd be asking for that book, going, did you read that book? Because if you did, I would like to have it back so I could read it. But at the same time, like, if it's going to come back not in the form that you gave it to them, then don't give it back to me. Because I would hate to have to replace a book that's been lent out. I mean, I'll do it, but it sucks. I really need to get my beanbag chair so I can sit in it. Swank says, Molly Sue. Ren says, it was the second book in the Before the Coffee Gets Cold series, and I actually really love the colors on those. Oh! Covers. Those are good. Good covers. Ugh. What are words? Ren says, hey to Swank. And hey to Paula. Hey to Livia. Shuri is here. Hi, Alicia and chat. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you. Let us know what you are reading or working on today. We're getting ready to go into our second sprint. Ren says, hey to Kat. Matt says, can understand you. I do plan to have my own library, but mine will be lending to others as reading books. Borrowed is another taste, as I enjoyed reading borrowed books, but collecting for private is good too. Yes. I don't mind borrowing books from the library. I encourage it, actually, because of the libraries. The more that people check out things, the more that they get funding for the things that they do. So I support the libraries as much as possible. But I also have my collection, so I just don't lend out my collection. You okay, Isis? She got up, like, really fast. You trying to move out? She might be trying to leave. Come here. Nope, she's just chewing on my box. Paula says, yeah, I don't think you're getting that back, Ren. Right, if it was 4 years ago. Ren says, hey to Carmen. Olivia says, hi to Shuri. Ren says, hey, Andy. Ren says, hey, Morgan. Sherry says, listening to Getting Away with Murder by Shari LaPena and taking care of Sunday to-dos. That was what I was doing first thing this morning because I woke up in the 7 o'clock hour, which is early for me on a Sunday. I usually don't get up until almost 9, but I got up and I was doing the dishes and I started moving stuff here. And then we had breakfast. We usually do Sunday morning breakfast, but because my husband wasn't here, my kids, we all put it to a vote that we didn't want to do Sunday breakfast without daddy, which is usually like we cook bacon, eggs, toast, we have fruit, all that kind of thing. And they didn't want to do it without daddy. So we just had breakfast sandwiches. Just microwave breakfast sandwiches. Ren says hey to Kelly. Swank says Jumbo Ren. Ren says hey to Matt. Shuri says hey to Livia. Ren says hey Molly. Ren says hey to Donna. All of the hellos, we love it. Paula says hey Shuri. Ren says hey Chris. Ren says hey Annette. Paula says as in that was the reason I was lurking. Oh, you were fixing your knitting. Gotcha. Like I said, lurk away. Ren says hey to Tula. Kat says probably Carmen. We are in the Beaumont Brady bunch. We are all reading all 4 J.A. Jans series. Yes, I believe so. I believe it was Carmen. Ren, hey to Jean. Ren says hey Nadim. Morgan says no, he ate breakfast. He is just part Siamese. Oh, Isis is part Siamese. She is actually very quiet. She's the most quiet Siamese I've ever encountered. But she's very like right now she's standing as if she's looking away from me as if she's guarding me. And I can tell you right now, like there's a wall right on the other side of here. So I'm kind of like in a corner and she's still like a sentinel. She's protecting. She started doing that more and more lately. But she is getting older, so she could be a little senile. She's 16. Ren says, I don't think I missed anyone, but if I did, hellos to you too. I think you got everybody, Ren. Matt says, hi, Ren. Have not read Mansfield Park, but seen almost all adaptations and lovely always Jane Austen books and movies. I read Jane Austen for the first time this year, which was Pride and Prejudice for the 100 Pages book club. I have yet to see any of the Pride and Prejudice movies. I would like to. I don't know which one I want to watch, though, because I don't need to watch all of them. Ren says hi to Shuri. Paula says, ooh, that calls for a shot of rum later. Thanks, Swank. There you go. Shuri says hey to Ren. Ren says, my friends know I'm touchy about my books, so they take good care of them. Right? There was, I forget, one my in real life friend, Jennifer, she wanted to borrow a book, and I was like, here are the rules. And she was like, can I just take a picture of it? Maybe I'll see if the library has it, or I'll buy a copy. And I was like, I mean, it's fine. Either way, because I told her, I was like, don't really lend out my books because of X, Y, and Z. And she was like, I was like, you can borrow it, but here's the rules. And she was just like, never mind. Just let me take a picture of the book and I'll look for it. And she did. Paula says, I think I've not read 3 of Austen's novels. So when I heard Ryan was doing a Mansfield Park buddy read, I jumped on it. Ooh, there you go. Kelly says, whenever I lend a book, I consider it a gift. If I get it back, cool. If not, I was already prepared to not get it back. Fair. That is fair. Sometimes I will, that's why I like to give Bookish. I'll do like a Barnes & Noble gift card for people's birthdays. Because if I know that they're a reader and I know that there are some books on my shelves that they would like to read, I don't know which one I would buy them per se, so I just give them a gift card. I'm like, here you go. You can go buy a book or two. Ren says, but I also think most of my friends prefer to just keep things in pristine condition. My friend was cracked a blush palette of mine and replaced it, and honestly, I would have still used the cracked one. Aww. Well, that was sweet of her, though. I would have still used it, too. But nowadays, I don't really wear makeup, so. Morgan says, I have a free little library in front of my house that Luke got for me as a gift when we first bought it. Aww. That's cool. Does it get visited often? I need to find some of the little free libraries in my area. Andy says hi to Paula and hi to Ren. Matt says indefinitely, maybe. 2008 movies, the heroine Isla Fisher was searching her childhood book given by her father and finally got that book. So collecting books as trophy is a precious thing for many. Yes. Kelly's waving to Ren. Swink says I slept in until 8:30. I was already up. Yep. Andy, I'm going into lurk and work mode. Hopefully you get all of your work done. Lurk away. Paula says, oh, that's so cute. Kiddo's not wanting to do breakfast without daddy. Right? And it was my son's idea. Because he was like, Mama, are we going to do Sunday breakfast? And I was like, we can. I just have to defrost the meat. Because we do sausage or bacon. And he was like, but I don't want to because daddy's not here. And I don't want him to miss out. And I was like, well, I mean, that's fine too. So we need to figure out what we're going to do. Are we going to make Sunday breakfast? Or are we going to make something else? And we made something else. They're happy. They're out there watching TV and playing Minecraft. Paula says, Godspeed, Andy. I know, working on a Sunday. Swank says, howdy, Andy and Kat and Kelly and Tula. Morgan says, I think he fell asleep because I haven't heard him in a minute. Probably. He found a nice spot to curl up. Isis is sitting in the middle of books right now. Let's see. Can I move, you guys, so you can see her? No, because I'm crunched in the corner. There she is. She's right there. I know. Now Ralphie's making a noise because I moved. He's like, you're moving. What are you doing? I don't know why this thing is so uneven. It's like shaky. Wah! And you're on a tray table. Andy's waving to Swank. Morgan says, I need to read a Jane Austen book. Eventually I will. I just haven't gotten around to it. Owie. My thumb hurts again. I grabbed the tray table and yeah, I'm going to have to put some ice on that. Swank says, Pride and Prejudice and Zombies is fun. I had that one at one point, I think. I don't think I have it anymore. Paula says the BBC miniseries with Colin Firth is the best, in my opinion. I haven't seen the Keira Knightley version because the actress bugs me, so I've steered clear. Oh, she bugs you? I liked her in Pirates, and that's about it. That's all I've seen of her movies. Paula says LOL to Morgan. Kelly says, OMG, Keira Knightley bugs me too, and I have no idea why. I thought I was the only one. Really? What is it about her that bugs you? Like, the both of you. Is it the vibe that she gives off? Morgan says, it gets cleared out a lot. I'm not registered with the app yet because that costs money, but once I figure out my job situation, I'll work that out. Oh, I see. I got you. Paula says it's an ADH. It's the ADH Spidey sense, Kelly. Matt says, I read my best book, which led me become a writer, The Da Vinci Code by Dan Brown, and I read this book borrowed from my bookish cousin but I returned back to her after finishing. It was a thick book. Yeah, Dan Brown can have some thick ones. I don't think I have that one anymore. I used to have the Da Vinci Code. But then I watched the movie and I was like, what do I need the book for? Kelly says, that must be it, Paula. Matt says, you're doing great. Live streaming and reading every comments. That is the secret of booktubing channels, and you're killing it. Great job. Well, thank you. I don't remember when I started live streaming. I don't know if it was like last year or the year before, but I really only had like vlogged videos, like edited videos. And then I was like, you know what? I should do some reading sprints too. Like everybody else is doing it. Why not me? So, and then I added my book club. So we're just adding one thing at a time. Swank says, just looked it up. There is a free little library at each of the 34 elementary schools in Mesquite, Texas. Wow. That would be fun to go around. Paula says, Pride and Prejudice Zombies book bored me, but the movie was fun. There was a movie for Pride and Prejudice and Zombies? I did not know that. Morgan says, my childhood best friend has a deep hatred for Brad Pitt, and I think it's hilarious. I love Brad Pitt. I know he can be kind of hit or miss with the movies. I loved him in he wasn't in Ocean's 11, I don't think. If he was, I mean Ocean's 11, 12 and 13 were good, but he played in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and I liked that one. And there was another one. Fight Club, I think it was. That was a good movie. Kim is here. Hey, running errands. Had to grab shoes for tomorrow. I have jury duty and no appropriate shoes. Jury duty, boo. Well, hopefully you go and they don't need you. Unless you want to serve. That's up to you. But I don't want to serve on jury duty. Kim says hi everyone in chat as well. Paula is saying hi to Kim, and Kim is saying hi to Paula. Paula is saying have fun with jury duty. Okay, we're almost done. And then we're going to go into our chat and our sprint. Morgan says jury duty sucks. Kim, LOL, I have only been called once, but I am eligible to be called again, and now I'm just waiting in fear for that little slip of paper. Then again, Colorado does have paid jury duty. Paula says, yes, he was. He was in Ocean's 11. Gotcha. I mean, those were good movies. Swank says Keira Knightley tends to play the damsel in distress or a woman that needs a man to save her. I mean, that could get annoying if that's the only role she ever plays. Morgan says her hatred started during World War Z phase of his career. And he was everywhere. So maybe just the repetition of seeing him in everything at that point in time probably did it for her. I thought World War Z was pretty good. And I don't like that many zombie movies. Kim says, thanks, I'm hoping I just get to read all day and then they send me home. I will manifest it for you. Happy reading. Ren says, hey to Kim. Kim says, I wouldn't mind serving if it was something interesting, but I think it's just county BS, not a case. It's just for this week. They have to fulfill their quota of some sort. Matt says, I hate zombie movies, but Pride and Prejudice and Zombies and the Game of Thrones Hard Home episode changed me in starting to like zombies too. I'm not a big zombie fan. Like, I've watched Warm Bodies. That one was a good one. I like that one. I liked World War Z. I wasn't big on the I Am Legend, those zombies. I have not watched, The Walking Dead? I have not watched that. I hated 28 Days Later and 28 Weeks Later. I didn't like those. So, I've watched a couple, but some of them I just, nope. Kim says hi to Ren. Whoops, we skipped one. Paula, that's always the hope, Kim, right? Matt says, enjoy your live stream now. Relax with a deserving break sprint. Bye. Yep, we're going to get to a sprint momentarily. And I got to finish working on the shelves. Paula says, Zombieland is hilarious. Yes, I have seen those. Those are hilarious. We like them. Swank says, I think I got a jury duty notice a couple weeks ago. Guess I should dig in the mail pile. I'm going to pull the disability card anyway. The last time I was summoned for jury duty, I've only been summoned twice. The first time I was summoned, I was still in college, and I went there, but I had the form filled out for my excusal, and she said, "You're a college student?" And I said, "Yes." I said, "I'm actually missing a class as we speak." And she goes, "You can go home." She says, "We don't mess with college students, so you can go." And I was like, "Sweet." So I went home, and then I missed one class, and then I had another class the same day, so I went to that class. And then next time I went to the missed class, I said, "Hey, here's my note." And they were able to give me a note at the court system, and they were like, "Cool, you're done." The next time I got summoned for jury duty, I was pregnant with my daughter, and I had my son, and I told them that I was a stay-at-home parent, and that I couldn't afford health care or whatever, or not health care, that I was a parent, that I was the one that stayed at home. And I haven't heard anything, knock on wood, I haven't heard anything since about jury duty. So my husband has been summoned several times, but not me. So knock on wood, that it stays that way. I'm sure one day they will come for me, but as long as I am raising the children, they won't mess with me, hopefully. Cross fingers. Kim says, all right, I'm going to head to the bookstore, and then food, and then unpack more books. Happy sprinting. Let us know what you get at the bookstore when you come back, if we're still on. If not, send us a group chat. I want to know what you get. I have to live vicariously through you, because I can't go to the bookstore right now. Kat says 28 Days Later are zombie adjacent. Oh, are they? They weren't like zombie movies? Hold on. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen them, so that might be possible. Zombieland 2 is good too. Yes. I liked both Zombieland movies. Morgan says 28 Years Later broke me. I was crying so hard in the theater with my boyfriend. People were looking at me. Oh. Kelly says you can get out of jury duty now too because you're the primary care for elementary age children. Nice. Good to know. If I ever get summoned, then there we go. I don't like I said, I think the last time I was summoned was 2019. And of course that was before COVID too, so I don't know if that plays a part into it. But yeah, now I'm primary care for elementary age. I don't have to go. Yay. Kat says in Louisiana, they do not care if you are in college when it comes to jury duty. The judges are more lenient for teachers since it is a hardship on the school not having a teacher. Wow. It's gone the other way around. Interesting. Jen is here. Hey, Alicia and chat. Just got back from the grocery store, putting everything away, prepping dinner, and reading My Grandmother by Frederick Bachman. Ooh, you're just in time, Jen. We are working on bookshelves. We're organizing them. We still have the S's through Z to get through. And I'm going to have to go back through. So you guys are going to have to move within reason because I can only move you so far from the power strip. So you're going to have to move within reason so that you can see what I'm doing. But we have to shift things. Otherwise, things won't fit because I am on the last 2 shelves of that bookcase over there. And I'm only in the S's. So, welcome in. We're getting ready to go to a sprint. Kelly says hi to Jen. Paula also says hi to Jen. So does Olivia and Ren. Awesome, awesome. All right, I'm going to start that one. Quickly put us into our next sprint so I can find my coffee, shift you guys around, and continue working on bookcases and check on the children. Maybe get some lunch. I'm all over the place today. Let's see what happens in this 45 minutes. Happy sprinting. How did everybody do on that sprint? I checked on the kids. Husband finally got on the plane. They had to switch planes, switch gates. Now they're boarding, and off he goes to his next destination. Let me see if I can find my beanbag chair, and then I can have something to sit on, so that I don't sit here and continuously like tower over you guys. Aha! I have found seating. Okay. So, checked on kids. They're still playing Minecraft. Worked on the shelves. I took Kelly's suggestion. Oh, that reminds me. I need to go find my copy of Crooked Kingdom so I can see if I'm caught up or not, because I forgot to do that. But I took Kelly's suggestion and putting wax paper under the ones that are going to be horizontal. You can see some of them here. So I think it's working. I do want to cut down some of the wax paper so it doesn't stick out as much, because you can see it on like in front of the books, but I might leave it. I don't know. But right now, that spot right there, that top shelf, that is completely empty. So I've got the first two bookcases. So this one over here and this one have been done with the vertical and horizontal. And so now I am on bookcase 3. So these two books here will go back on the top shelf, and then I will keep shifting, and we'll see if that gives me enough space to put the rest of the books on. Because like I said, I was in the middle of S's over here. Like this is all of my Lore Olympus right now. And that's where I left off. So I still have a little bit of S to get through. I have some T's. I have some V's, some W's, and then Y and Z. So we'll see how it goes. There are, in my W's, there are a couple of them that won't go on the shelf because they are duplicates. And I have to go through them and see which ones are my originals and which ones I'm actually keeping, because I might get rid of the rest of them. And then I will go from there. So that is what I got up to. The first part of the next sprint, I will get some lunch, because I ate one of my little teriyaki sticks just to hold me off. But I need some real food, and I've got some pizza in there. So we're gonna eat some pizza. And I imagine the kids are probably getting hungry as well. Why is this thing rocky so much? I don't know. My little tray table. Let's see what you guys got up to, and then we'll go into the next sprint. It's so nice to have books behind me again, even if I am still like organizing them. You guys can see what I have, and it's just so nice to have books behind me instead of just like a bare wall or empty bookshelves. You have no idea. This is a long time coming. Like, I'm so excited. It's a pain in the ass to organize, trust me, but I am excited. That was our last comment from the last chatty bit. Ren was saying hi to Jen. Swank says, howdy, Jen. Tula says, back for 2 seconds, just finished a rose and deciding what I want to do next. Hi to all in the chat since I was last here. Tula is also sprinting. I will put her link so you can hop over and say hello if you haven't already. She is doing Maker's Quest sprints, which I need to figure out when I can schedule mine again. But I will get back into the swing of things. Christina is here. Hi, Alicia. Hi, Christina. She's giving us our PSA. Remember to hydrate, feed thyself, check laundry, take meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so you hopefully get notified. Thank you for this, actually, because I need to start the children's laundry. Otherwise, they won't have clothes. I need to wash their uniforms for school. Kelly says, Christina! Jen says she's going to go watch a movie and have lunch. We'll leave you up for watch hours. Much appreciated. If you make it back, let us know what you're having for lunch and what movie you watch. That sounds like fun. I might watch a movie later. Kat says I'm working on financial tasks. That will be me tomorrow, after my appointment, because I have a follow-up appointment with my OBGYN for the medication update. So we're going to talk about that and see if we continue with this one or if we change it up a little bit. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Morgan got to 76% of her book. Very nice. Chris got to 228 in Kings of the Wild. That's almost halfway, ma'am. Wow. You're breezing right along. Kelly says, I finished my Crooked Kingdom pages and I'm eating lunch. Ooh, what are we having for lunch, Kelly? Let us know. Ren finished Everything Was Beautiful and Nothing Hurt, gave it 4.5 stars, rounded it up to 5 on Goodreads. Nice. Kelly says it's looking pretty good. Nice, thank you. I'm hoping that it gives me enough space. And in the process of moving the writer books that I had over here, I found 2 more of my Wiccan books, and they are not going to fit on the shelf. So I've got to figure that out. That I don't know if I want to put them with nonfiction, or I'm gonna have to shift everything on that whole bookcase. But I don't want to do that because 2 books don't fit on the Wiccan shelf. And so I don't know. Maybe I can take 2 of the books that I put on the Wiccan shelf and move them to nonfiction, and then just put those 2 books. I don't know. Well, I have to figure. That's a tomorrow problem. I can't do that today. This is the focus for today. Molly says talk to mom a lot, browse the digital scrapbooking store, listen to some music, talk to mom again, and read a chapter. Nice. That's a lot going on. Morgan says when you stack your books horizontally, do you put the first book in the series on the bottom or the top? That's a good question. It looks like the first book is on the bottom. But if I've already read that book, then that's okay. I just have to pull out the second one. So I try to do it in series order. Now, I can tell you that the Harrison books right here, they are in no order whatsoever, because I would have to look it up and then write down and then put them in order. So I put them on the shelf, all Harrisons together. So there's no rhyme or reason with Harrison. But everything else seems to be in, like, if I know the order of the series, then I put the first book first. So Hunger Games is that way. It's in order, but I've already read all the Hunger Games, so that's mine. That's fine. The Selection series is in order. I don't even know if you will see some of these. And then Cassandra Clare's are all in order. But I can easily pull them out and put them back in, so I'm not worried. Swink says, howdy, mama. And Swank says, I'll make lunch next sprint. Tomato, bacon, and macaroni with cheese. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Paula says, I got it, Alicia. You got what? I don't know what you got. Maybe she says later in the chat. I'll scroll down. Livy says, I finished a work in progress crochet project while listening to my book. A headband. Ooh, very nice. Oh, you got the link. Thank you. That's what you meant. Here is the link to Tula Sprints, and you can go over and say hi if you haven't already. I need to go over and say hi as well. Swank says read in Warriors and played solitaire. Nice. Olivia says hi to Christina. Paula says great job to Chris. And Paula says I usually do first book on the bottom if I'm stacking them horizontally. Same. That's apparently what I'm doing. I didn't really think about it, to be honest. It would, however they're on the shelf is however they're going if they're going horizontally. So if I get over here to Sarah J. Maas and I do Throne of Glass, it would be Throne of Glass, Crown of Midnight, so on and so on. So it's just however they are on the shelf as we speak. Because now I'm shifting so that hopefully I can create more space. Although, we'll see what happens. Because, I mean, I have this whole shelf right here empty, but I don't know if that trend will continue as I go through, if that makes sense. So it'll just depend. And I'm going to try not to put these horizontal because those are the fairy loot editions of Crescent City. Although I have contemplated on taking those out and putting them somewhere else. I don't know yet. I kind of want to keep them all together. I'll think about it. I don't know. This is going to be our third sprint. We'll see how I feel after this one. It may or may not be our last one. Like I may do a 45 and then do like a smaller 30-minute. We'll see how I feel. My thumb still hurts. Yeah. I don't know if you guys will be able to see it, but there's a little bit of bruising like right here. So I did something to my thumb. It hurts. That's all I see for comments. So let's go ahead and pull up our timer. And we will go into our next sprint. And I will see you all back in 45 minutes. I'm going to do lunch and continue shifting. All right. How did we do on that sprint? Let me know. Let me know. I did do lunch, so I had a slice of pepperoni and grilled chicken pizza. And then I checked on the kids. They're still playing Minecraft. I tried to get them to eat, and they're like, yeah, sure, let me finish this wall. And that was 20 minutes ago. So we're going to have them turn that off so that they can eat and do something else. But I also started working. I got more done. As you can see, this is where I'm at. So this shelf down here is completely empty. This is the end of the letter N's. So now I have to start moving everything that's, you can't see it, but everything that's at the top of the fourth bookcase. I have to start moving that down and shifting everything up for the final bookcase, and then see if that gives me enough space to go through and put everything else on the bookcase. If not, then I will probably start weeding some stuff and shifting again. But we'll see where we get to. We'll see where we get to. I would like to say that it will, I'll shift everything and then everything that's left will fit, but I don't know. I don't know if it will or not. So we'll see. But that's what it's looking like so far behind me. And like I said, I'm here. So I have to finish filling that shelf, fill this shelf, and then I can continue shifting in the last bookcase. And we'll see where we're at. I'm slowly running out of wax paper. So I'll add that to the grocery list. Um, we'll see where we get. We'll see. Let me see where we left off, and we'll go through the chatty bit before I'll do one final sprint, but it won't be as long. This was the last comment before our sprint. Paula was saying I usually do first book on the bottom if I'm stacking them horizontally. Same. And then she was saying, sending Healing Kitty for your thumb. Yes, I don't know if the camera will be able to pick it up or not, but it's definitely blue and a little bit of red and purple there. So, yep, I definitely did something to my thumb. No word yet. I did get a text from my husband saying that he boarded, so he's on the flight. So he should be there or getting ready to land, I think. We'll see. Hopefully, all goes well. The next comment was me saying thank you to Paula for the Healing Kitty. Could already visualize it in my head when she said that. Morgan said, I'm going to go ahead and hop off today. I'm not feeling well. My throat is killing me. I'm going to go finish this book and possibly the whole series today. Thanks for hosting Sprints, Alicia. You're welcome. Thanks for joining us and hanging out. I hope you feel better. I know everything's going to start getting, like cold and flu season, because I know one of my kids is already starting with sniffles, and they just had their first week of school. So, everybody is kind of passing their germs already. So I have to go and make sure I stock up on all the cold medicines so that we can just say, okay, here you go, and make sure they're taking their vitamins and all that kind of stuff. Paula says, feel better soon, Morgan. Sending you Healing Kitty too. We love the Healing Kitty. Cherie made it to 40% in Getting Away with Murder by Sherry LaPena and have one more house to do and then rest until dinner. One more house? Is this a project you're working on? Let me know. I don't remember you saying anything about houses. Remind me if you did say something. Tula said thanks for the share and popping by, Alicia. You're welcome. If you're still going when I'm done, I'll come back and hang out. Not, I know we have other friends that are sprinting, and I'll probably be in the chat for them because I am going to try to get some stuff done. If I can get this done, then I will switch to video editing and reading because I need to get my videos up. They're behind schedule. Molly said read a couple of chapters. Nice. Tula says feel better soon, Morgan. Paula says got to 8% into Mansfield Park and knitting. Nice. Ren had dinner and made it to 16% in the Air of Prophecy. Ooh, what did we have for dinner? Carmen finished her chapters for today in Trial by Fire. Nice. And Livia, I had dinner and continued listening to Happy Place. What did you guys have for dinner? Let me know. I want to know. I don't know what we're going to have for dinner because normally on Sunday, I mean, Sundays for us is leftovers. So I guess whatever's in there. I think we have some cheeseburger, hamburger helper. We have some pizza left over. So it's kind of a up in arms because Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I don't really have to put forth a lot of effort for dinner because husband won't be here. So it's just me and the kids. Swank says, thanks for sprints. We have one more if you want to hang out, Swank. But you're welcome if you're leaving us. Thanks for hanging out. Ren said had a rice bowl of leftovers, rice, red onions, bell peppers, and sausage. Ooh, that sounds delicious. That does sound delicious. Paula says we haven't had dinner yet, but I think we're gonna have lasagna and garlic bread. Ooh. Now I want to make my lazy lasagna. That's delicious. That sounds delicious too. Lasagna and garlic bread. Ooh. I haven't had garlic bread in forever. All right. Olivia said meatball leftovers from yesterday. Ooh, everybody's food sounds delicious. All right. I am going to switch our banner because we're going to go into the final sprint, and it's only going to be 30 minutes. Let me pull up our timer there. So let me star Olivia's comment. This will be our final sprint, so make it count, and I will see you guys back in 30 minutes. Happy sprinting. All right. How did we do on that final sprint? You see my progress. These books here on the floor are all T's. And we will be starting on this shelf right here. So I might be able to get through V, maybe some of W, but they're all not going to fit. And I have done the horizontal and vertical switching around. I've done all 4 bookcases. So, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'll see how far I get in terms of filling up these last 2 shelves. I honestly don't think I'll get to the W's, and if I do, I'll be amazed if I make it to Tracy Wolf. I don't think she's going to fit on these shelves. I think I'll be able to finish T. V is not that many. It's mostly Vines books. So there might be, that might finish off this shelf and the start of this last one. And then I might be able to start W's, but I don't think I'll make it to Tracy Wolf. Like her, Yaros, and anything that I have that is the last name of Z, I don't think will fit. So I'm probably gonna have to do more reading. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But that's all I did. I tried to finish. I ran out of wax paper, so I had to get my parchment paper. So if you see like a little hint of white right there, that's the parchment paper. I ran out of wax paper. And I do want to go back through and kind of trim some of the wax paper so it's not as noticeable. But that is for another time. I might just finish up this and call it a day and try to get some reading done. Because if not, it's gonna bug me. But we'll see what happens. I'm beginning to wonder if maybe I should have, because the one bookcase over here, it is in fact a 7.5 foot instead of an 8.5 foot. I'm wondering if I should have made that one 8.5 as well. But it's a little too late now. It is what it is. All right, let's see where we left off and see what everybody else did, and then we will skedaddle because I know we have friends that are going to be sprinting. This was our last comment before the final sprint. Olivia was saying she had meatball leftovers from yesterday. Sounds delicious. Molly says, thank you for sprints. I'm going to read away from the computer and try to finish this book. Too many distractions available on computer. Oh no, I get it though. Like, I'm always getting distracted by something. Molly says, good to see everyone. Leaving the stream up. Thank you. Red made it to 23% in Air of Prophecy. Thanks for sprints, Alicia. You're so welcome. Chris says, in the previous sprint, I made food and put away the Walmart order. And in the final sprint, I got to page 280 in Kings of the Wild. You are rocking that book because I know you freshly started like this morning. So you were like, what, halfway? If not a little more. So you may, in fact, get that done today. I'm hoping. Oh, I did go back and look. I thought I had finished Crooked Kingdom pages. I have one chapter because I had to go and double check the like breakdown that we did on the Discord feed for it, and I'm down one chapter because it said to read to the end of chapter 30, and I read to chapter 30. So I have to read 30, and then I'll be ready for Wednesday. Carmen says, I had a snack and picked up a nonfiction read that you're in the middle of. I hope you're enjoying it. Chris says, Hoopla says, I am 58% through the book. Ooh, so over halfway, just over. Very nice, very nice. I need to pick my next book. I have 2 library books that I need to read. I have Lore Olympus, Volume 10, that is on this month's. And then I have a couple of others. So I need to pick my next one and start reading it. I know one of them does not have an audiobook. So I'm wondering if I start that one so I can start to read it between now and the book discussion for it, because it's for the Shore Leaf Book Club. And then maybe start maybe I'll start my nonfiction, because that was a shorter book. And then I'll read Lore Olympus, which is a graphic novel. I could read that in a day. But then I realized that if I do that, I have to put it on the shelf, which means I have to shift and make room for it. So, dilemmas. Well, we'll see. That these shelves are gonna fresh date me. Ooh, excuse me. I think I need some more caffeine. All right, that is all I see for the comments. I'm gonna go ahead and end it here. Thanks for coming and hanging out with me today. You guys got a sneak peek of me trying to organize my shelves. So I'm going to have to come back in and make a clip for the vlog, because that needs to go up before the end of the month. So I'm going to go do that, and then I'm going to go do some editing and some reading. Be sure to check out all of our friends in the sprinting spreadsheet if you have access to it. I don't know who off the top of my head is going to be sprinting later. I want to say Anna, because she usually sprints after me. I know Tula may still be going as well. So go and check out our friends who are sprinting. And I hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend and week ahead. And I will see you next time. Bye.